communication enabled.
Enabled? You gotta be kidding. I've got nothing but snow here.
What's going on? I thought we had a lock.
I don't know. We're through the firewall, have full control of the tower. The logo was up and looking good, then nothing.
Hey, what's happening back there? We lost the whole transmission.
Hold on. I'm running a system diagnostic. Hard drives are fine. The network's still up. Modulation is within limits. Let me check this satellite. Got it. Tracking is off. I'm gonna realign.
We'll dial it in and let's get back online. We don't want underground members seeing this snow when they try to get the transmission.
You got the wrong bird, unless we're transmitting Spunko's commercials.
Hang on.
Hang on. We're hanging on dead air. Let's go.
Okay, I'm reestablishing the lock. Picture should be clearing up.
Web systems. Cool borders! Go for it! Alright! Today we're gonna go to the extreme on some of the most insane courses. Blow this rate, and you'll be known as the course chump. So let's see some ice fly! Alright! Today we're gonna go to the extreme on some of the most insane courses. Blow this race, and you'll be known as the course chump. So let's see some ice fly! Showtime! Ready? Go! This is it. Now you can't prove you can really carve. All right! Weak. There's a cliff coming up. Pull some air! Not bad, but you're gonna have to do a lot better than that. Weak. Checkpoint straight ahead. Hurry up. Yes. Not bad. Get going, man. Time's almost up. No! Whoa, man! I thought you were hit. No! どうして退くことができよう。Round 1 Fight! いつでもお相手しましょう。Round 2 Fight!
敗者に用はない。立ち去れ。
Final round Fight!
敗者に用はない。立ち去れ。
Round 1 Fight!
「
Twisted Metal was really inspired, I think, by myself and a fellow designer, Mike Yam at Sony. It was basically inspired by our deep love of action movies. A lot of critics, I think, and people sort of say, do we really need another car chase and things like that? And everyone's always bashing on car chases, but we love car chases. And, what we really wanted to do with Twisted Metal was sort of give players the opportunity, and as importantly, give ourselves the opportunity to actually participate in an interactive car chase, to actually be behind the wheel of a car chase, like in the movie Speed or Terminator or The French Connection. That was really the whole creative inspiration, and then it just happened to come along at a time when the technology was right. When we met with our developers, Single Track up in Utah, that was really the first time that we had really experienced affordable 3D that your home consumer could buy, and we realized that that idea, that inspiration for sort of wanting to put the player in a Hollywood action movie could actually finally be done via this really cool technology, which allowed you to actually live in these worlds and things like that. So. The first one wasn't. The first one was, I think the first one had all the heart that we wanted it to have. I mean, the first one is very much sort of like, we always compare it to sort of like a garage band version of, what ultimately the game ended up being, which is Twisted Metal 2. The first one had all the heart that we wanted it to have, but it lacked a lot in terms of presentation, gameplay, things like that. But it wasn't until the second one that we were really able to make the game everything that we originally intended to make. Again, I'd have to say the gameplay. There's a lot of things in Twisted 2 that I'm real proud of, that I think that everyone involved with the product really, put into it and should be proud of. But the most important thing to me about any game, and especially Twisted 2, is just the jump in gameplay from 1 to 2, and the fact that, especially when you're competing with a friend and you're fighting with a friend, it's such a richer experience. There's so much more strategy, so much more depth to what you can do that I think that's the thing that I'm really most proudest of, that we were able to learn what it takes to get that gameplay and figure out how to execute it. Again, I'd have to say the gameplay. There's a lot of things in Twisted 2 that I'm real proud of, that I think that everyone involved with the product really, put into it and should be proud of. But the most important thing to me about any game, and especially Twisted 2, is just the jump in gameplay from 1 to 2, and the fact that, especially when you're competing with a friend and you're fighting with a friend, it's such a richer experience. There's so much more strategy, so much more depth to what you can do that I think that's the thing that I'm really most proudest of, that we were able to learn what it takes to get that gameplay and figure out how to execute it. I think the biggest leap was just, I think gameplay says it all. I think it was just Twisted Metal 1 was my second game as a designer. It was the developer's first game as a developer, and in that learning time between Twisted 1 and Twisted 2, we really began to understand what it means to have good gameplay, strategy, risk and reward, payoff, things like that really make players stay with a game. Whereas Twisted Metal 1 it almost felt more thrown together than the second one. So gameplay, I guess, would be the key thing. I really like mapping. I think mapping is just, the key to what it means to be a designer. I mean, I love to sit down at the whiteboard, either with myself or with my fellow designers or fellow development team, and just really sit there with all these markers and figure out what the level is going to look like, or figure out what the strategy is in the level, or what the gameplay is in the level, and what the cool effects are. That really is the most fun. Not only because it's you get to let your imagination run wild, but because 12, 13, 14 months later, you get to see that terrible looking stick figure map on your whiteboard in your office is now translated into a playable video game with great graphics and sound and playability. So that, I think mapping would be the most fun thing that I do. I don't really have an average day in the sense that every day I come in and I shut my door and I design for 2 hours, and then after, it's not that structured at all. All of my days are basically centered around making sure that the game that I'm working on at the time, and I only work on one game at a time, is all the elements are being poured into it. And some days that'll mean that I'm working on a map all day long for a certain level of the game. Other days that'll mean I'm working with the developers of the game or the artists, trying to figure out who the characters are that live in the world of the game. All the way up to dealing with marketing, who's trying to come up with a great slant for the ad in the magazines or television, or working with the testers to try to figure out where all the bugs are to make sure we can release the game on time. So it's just a whole amalgam, I guess, of things that I do. But the cool thing about my job that I love about it is that I get this great variety of stuff that I get to do, but it's all centered around one thing, which is making a really great game. I think if you look at the games I've done, if you look at Twisted Metal 1, Twisted Metal 2, the game I'm working on now, it's very apparent what I think about violence in video games. I think I have no problem with it. I mean, I feel it's a way, it's an outlet for, it's a release, I think, for the things that we have inside. I think it's crazy if someone tells you that, we are not violent creatures, and I would much rather rip someone's head off in a video game and get it out of my system than do it in the real world. And I think it allows that. I think it's one of the few mediums that does allow that. There's a game, it came out a while back, called Flashback, which came out for the 16-bit systems, PC, stuff like that, and that was really the first time ever that I had played a game that really immersed me in that world. I mean, for however long it took me to finish that game, I was there, I was in that world, and that, I think, is something that I hope that I can do one day, is really present players with gameplay in worlds that just totally suck them in and make them forget where they are. So I would say it would have been Flashback. I mean, today there are certainly games that are doing that very well today on PlayStation and other systems, just some wonderful games out there. But I think Flashback really, for me, was the first one that did it, and it sort of holds that ranking in my mind as the greatest game of all time, which I wish I would have done it, and I hope one day I can. I would love, well, I don't know if I would love to, because usually what I usually find that when you actually get into the job that you think is so great, it turns out to be really great, but there's a lot of hard work with it. So I don't think there's a perfect job out there. I love what I do. I wouldn't trade it for anything, and in fact, I would, as long as my bills were paid and I could take care of my family, I, would do it for free. But I would, I'd like to see myself doing comic books one day. I'd love to. I can't draw at all, but I'd love to write comic books someday. There's a couple things I would say. One is that it really isn't, at least at this point in time, that hard to get into the industry. At an entry-level point, either through being a tester, being an artist, being a programmer. I mean, if you really want to get in, you will find a way in. I'm not going to sit here and give you a secret way in, because there isn't one. It's basically, if it's something you want to do, you'll find a way to do it. What I will say is that be able to distinguish yourself from being a fan, which is a wonderful thing to be, from being a game maker. And they're entirely two different things. And I see a lot of people come in and they're huge game fans, but when they sit down to make a game, they really don't care so much about what goes into the game. They just want to regenerate what they've, or regurgitate what they've already seen. So I think really make sure you want to make games, and you should be able to design games. I always say, you should be able to have a coconut and a crayon and make something fun out of it. And the excuses of, well, I don't have a SGI machine and I don't have a 200 megahertz Pentium. I mean, understand what it means to make games and gameplay, and study the great games, study chess, study checkers, understand why there's as much technology in Street Fighter 2 as there is chess in Street Fighter 2. And those are the things I think that the game business really needs, is people who understand gameplay. So I would say that learn what game making is, make sure you really want to make games, and then just find a way to get in and keep pushing, and don't let anyone discourage you, because it's certainly doable. Hell, as they say, if I did it, anybody can do it. So. I never really intended to get into the game business. It was really a total fluke. I had always played games as a kid and stuff, and I'd always been a video game fan, but my initial intention was to go into filmmaking, and I'd gone to film school and all that, and basically the video game thing kind of happened while I had just gotten out of film school, and I was sort of waiting for, the call from Steven Spielberg or George Lucas or something. And, in the meantime, I figured it would, I needed to eat, and make money and stuff, so I had heard about this job as, game testers, which basically what I thought at the time, which is not the case, that all they did was sit around all day and play video games. So I figured, oh, this will be something cool to, bide my time and make some money, until I get to make movies. And I kind of fell into it like that and got the job from Sony back when Sony was Sony ImageSoft. And, once I got there, I started seeing the potential of the next generation of video games, and seeing how, as game designers, we can take games beyond the simple side-scrolling, stuff that we had been seeing for the last 5 or 6 years, and really take players into a new, sort of a new direction of fun and in gameplay. So, since then I just sort of haven't looked back. I just started as a tester and kept going. It was an accident, really.
You may have already seen this.
Style, sophistication, the ability to launch napalm into oncoming traffic. If these are the things you look for in an automobile, it's time you test drive Twisted Metal 2. Fully automated weaponry, dual rocket launchers, and the new APS flamethrowing system. All standard. Drive the 1997 Twisted Metal 2 on PlayStation from Sony, and let style be your weapon.
Now we're going to show you what it took to make this ad. The Underground has asked me to give you an eyewitness account of the making of the Twisted Metal 2 TV commercial. I'm David Bamberger, the product manager for Twisted Metal 2, and I accompanied the film crew to Prague and saw how they captured the look and feel of a luxury car ad. Prague was the perfect city. It's located in the Czech Republic and has a rich, glamorous feel that we were looking for. We were lucky to find Monique locally. But to get the properly arrogant male lead, we had to import Timothy from England. He actually turned out to be a nice guy. Of course, the real star of the ad is this fully loaded, heavily armed car.
Style, sophistication, the ability to launch napalm into oncoming traffic.
Of course, a missile launcher wasn't a standard feature in these big American cars, so we added one.
3, 2, 1, go! 3, 2, 1, go!
Instead of using a computer composite, we used a real explosion to get the reflection you're about to see in the actor's glasses.
That's nice. That's very nice.
Ability to launch napalm into oncoming traffic. If these are the things you look for in an automobile, it's time you test drive Twisted.
This next scene was really tough. Our model had a hard time overcoming the urge to run from the gunfire. With each blown take, the door had to be rebuilt with fresh explosive caps. With only one door panel left, she pulled it off perfectly.
All standard. Drive the 1997 Twisted Metal 2 on PlayStation from Sony.
This was one of the last shots we did because the flamethrower actually melted the hood of the car.
And let style be your weapon.
The crew somehow found this big American car in Prague. They worked on it non-stop for a week and turned it into this twisted metal weapon of mass destruction. It wasn't street legal when we bought it, and it certainly wasn't street legal after. Well, there's your inside look. And remember, drive angry.
Jim Brown.
Tim Brown came into our motion capture studio, and the result you can see in the game, the smoothest animation in a football game today.
That kind of stuff just blows you away, really, to see how they could take you running and put it on the screen and fill it in with animation or whatever, and it ends up being a little football player in the game doing exactly what you were doing.
High step. So what it does is for each frame, it will go through and it will figure out where each of these dots actually were. They really don't mean anything until you start moving them. And once you start moving them, you can see basically where the hips and the knees and the ankles and all the joints are. And voila, you end up with a stick figure. You want to have a left foot, right foot, left foot, so that you can take that and cycle it.
It was really fun to be here with these guys and to see how much they really put into making sure that these games are exactly how the guys are doing on the field.
One playing the game, you draw it anywhere you want, we'll implement it the way you draw it.
Well, this is happening. This is happening. I'm very, very excited about my special play because I guarantee you it's going to be a touchdown, especially if you have the right receiver out wide.
That's it, baby!
E3 is America's largest trade show dedicated to the video game industry. You might have read about it in gaming magazines and maybe even seen a few pictures. But now, through the use of time-lapse photography, The Underground takes you for a quick look inside E3 and the making of Sony's outrageous booth from the ground up.
So, you want interviews with developers, demos of the hottest new games, codes, tips, and tricks you can't get anywhere else? Cool black market underground gear.
Nod your head yes.
To get all that 4 times a year, you gotta subscribe to the Underground magazine. And to subscribe, you gotta have a plan.
Here's the plan.
Get up off the couch. Step over the coffee table. No, don't look away. Walk through the dirty laundry. It is critical that you make no eye contact here with anyone, or they will try to make you pick things up.
Don't even think about picking up.
Move towards the front door. You know, where you keep the mail. Finally, you're at the door. Think back to when you picked up the mail. You saw the Underground CD, so you threw the rest of the mail aside.
Concentrate!
You ripped open the expensive, well-planned mailer, trashed it, opened the jewel case, ignoring all design hours spent creating it, and just tossed it, only to grab out the CD. The CD case. The subscription card inside the front cover.
Where did you throw it?
On the floor? In the trash? Crushed in the doorway? Find it, and the cool stuff, the games, the codes,
the power,
can all be yours. Find the subscription card. Fill it out. Don't screw up. This is a great plan. In fact, subscribe and you are automatically eligible to win some pretty cool stuff.
Anyone can. A subscription is not required. See the booklet in your CD case for details.
We got there.
Chicken pot pie.
Mmm.
Guys! Guys? Guys?
Summoner. Timberwolf. Nova. Summoner. Timber no tim 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 Nova. Nova. Satellite Macduff. Proceed with first mission objective. Sequence initiated. Rage Racer. Rage Racer. Rage Racer. Racers, start your engines, and let's get it on. Three, 2, 1, go! The race is on. Show 'em what you've got. 2 laps to go.
Hello. Okay. Goodbye. Follow me. This is Rupture Farms. They say it's the biggest meat processing plant on Oddworld. That's me. My name is Abe. I used to work here. Well, I was really a slave, like all the others. Then I learned they were gonna turn us into lunch. That's when I knew I had to escape. So, get me out of here, and help me rescue the others. I don't know. 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 Thank you. Wait! I don't know. I don't know. Wait! Wait! I don't know. I don't know. What?
Ready and action.
From Sony's space... From
Sony's PlayStation.
I thought that. From Sony's PlayStation comes the greatest hits. All your favorite... From Sony's... I'm cut. I'm sorry. All your old favorites.
Like the soft sounds of
And the gentle crack of Sophia's whip.
even the hilarious antics of Sweet Tooth, that marvelous clown.
And all for just 20...
Like the soft sounds of swarming missiles.
That's right. The PlayStation's a mere $149. You can also get You can also get leading titles.
Like Crash Bandicoot and Jet Moto. Moto.
The PlayStation is a mere $149, and you can also get leading... But wait.
Oh,
That's right. The PlayStation is a mere $149. You can get other leading... Oh, no,
Okay.
And you can also get... And you can also get leading titles.
Like Crash.
You can also get leading titles.
Like Crash Bandicoot.
Here we go. Still roll.
It's a party!
Welcome to the All-Star Game. The Western Conference All-Stars control the tip. Three-point basket by number 20, Gary Payton. 5-second violation. Number 12, John Stockton. 5-second violation. Number 20, Gary Payton. 5-second violation. Number 34, Hakeem Olajuwon. 5-second violation. John Stockton. 5-second violation. Offensive foul. Number 33, Scottie Pippen. Slam dunk. Five-second violation. Gary Payton. 5-second violation. Ten-second violation. Hakeem Olajuwon with a 360. Five-second violation. One minute remaining in the first quarter. Pippen! Sean Kemp with the windmill. From downtown. East with the rebound. And Hill with a tomahawk jam. Number 34, Hakeem Olajuwon. Five-second violation. Sean Kemp. Stockton. John Stockton. fired away. Ball out of bounds. Hill! He buries the jumper. For three. Trifecta. 5-second violation. Nothing but net. Mutombo. Number 12, John Stockton.
In 1641, a brutal hurricane sunk the Spanish galleon Concepcion just off the coast of Puerto Rico. She went down with a wealth of Vatican gold and religious artifacts, making the site a target for underwater pirates. Your dive objective is to retrieve the ruby-studded Vatican cross and destroy all the pirates' cargo subs. This region is home to the hammerhead shark. Use your nets to keep them at bay.
Capcom.
行くぜ
Round 1, fight!
ほらよどうしたいそれどうしたいさてかかってきな行くぞ遠慮するなよもう一撃はいそれでどうしたいどうしたいしまったぜ
You lose! Round 2, fight!
どうしたどうしたどうしたい軽い軽いかかってきな行くぜどうしたいほらよかかってきなそれかかってきなどうしたいもう一撃かかってきな
In August of '95, one of the U.S.'s largest CG conventions, SIGGRAPH, was held in L.A. At that time, we were not sure what the next generation RPG game should look like. So, as an experiment, we created a CG-based, game-like interactive demo to present at the show. It focused on battle scenes that were 100% real-time and polygon-based. This became the seed of Final Fantasy VII, and it was then that we decided to make this a CG-based game. When we discussed designing the field scenes as illustration or CG-based, we came up with the idea to eliminate the connection between the movies and the fields. Without using blackout at all and maintaining the quality at the same time, we would make the movie stop at one cut and make the characters move around on it. We tried to make it controllable even during movies. As a result of using a lot of motion data plus CG effects in still images, it turned out to be a mega-capacity game, and therefore we had to choose the CD-ROM as our media. In other words, we became too aggressive and got ourselves into trouble. A larger developing team will not always create a better game. But when a project moves onto a scale such as this, you get to spend a lot of money and work with a highly qualified staff. We were able to use many high-end machines and work with a staff of approximately 100. And I believe this was one of the largest game development teams in history. As a result, the final game generates a tremendous amount of energy. My theory is this: if one person creates a game, it can be a racing game or anything, or 10 people create the same game. The one created by 10 people will be much richer in scope. There's a larger pool of resources to draw from, and each person is able to put passion into his role, creating a greater sense of depth. It is easy to get emotionally involved with both films and games, although in different ways. Adding certain interactive aspects to films, however, I believe that players can get further into them, even become one with the visual images. I have always emphasized visual and sound effects because rather than making my games equivalent to films, I want my games to surpass films. That is my goal. Without changing the basic gameplay, the visual and sound effects have been significantly enhanced, further drawing the player's emotions into the game. One-way RPGs force too many images and too much sound on the players, robbing them of the feel of control. In order to avoid those responses, we did extensive research during Final Fantasy V and VI on how to make the players feel interactively involved in the game while upgrading the visual and sound effects. The results of this research are reflected in Final Fantasy VII. When we were creating Final Fantasy III, my mother passed away. And ever since, I have been thinking about the theme, life. Life exists in many things. And I was curious about what would happen if I attempted to analyze life in a mathematical and logical way. Maybe this was my approach in overcoming the grief I was experiencing. This is the first time in the series that this particular theme actually appears in the game itself. See if you can spot it. I have been working with him since Final Fantasy V. When he joined Square, he told me he initially wanted to become a film director, but that he thought this would be impossible in Japan. The previous versions of Final Fantasy could be called puppet shows compared to this one. It's a real film requiring innovative effects and various camera angles. His experience studying cinematography and making his own films has contributed a lot to the making of the game. He is the director of this game.
Grab a mop, there's gonna be guts on the ceiling.
PlayStation offers the strongest games in every genre, and role-playing games are no exception. With the recent release of Wild Arms and the September release of Final Fantasy VII, PlayStation is becoming the platform of choice for next-generation RPGs, with games produced for the PlayStation console transforming the RPG experience.
Role-playing games in general will give you great stories, great characters, great challenges, and great things to discover. What the next generation gaming is doing is letting you see the worlds, letting you feel the worlds. It's very much in your face and you're in it versus thinking about it.
Role-playing games in the past were really story-driven, and you didn't really pay much attention to the graphics of the games because they weren't very detailed. But nowadays it's more like a movie where you're really, the graphic aspect and the vision is really what's bringing you into the game.
The CD-ROM format makes this movie experience possible.
The extra memory really allows for the developer to put all he's got into the game and really develop the world, develop the characters, develop the storyline to its maximum potential without having to worry about the space limitations of the cartridge.
The differences between the 16-bit and CD-ROM formats are especially apparent during battle sequences.
Well, in the opening sequence of Final Fantasy III, you really get to see some of the limits of the 16-bit medium by its a single force perspective in which basically the whole game's played through. With the 3D combat system in Wild Arms for the PlayStation, it really adds to the combat by showing different angles of the attacks, showing a top view when you go in and strike at the opponent, or a farther away view as you cast a spell on a monster, and it really adds to the feeling of being there and taking place in a life and death struggle. Before you were looking at these small 8-bit sprites and you're trying to identify with that character, while now it's the graphics have really brought it up to something you can identify with. The characters are much more realistic.
Wild Arms sold more than 260,000 copies in its first 2 weeks of release in Japan. GameFan magazine calls it one of the most riveting RPGs of the year. And Squaresoft's upcoming Final Fantasy VII also breaks new ground. It's already Japan's fastest-moving RPG ever, selling 1.8 million copies in its first weekend alone. Next-generation RPGs. The capacity of CD-ROMs lets them be movies that you feel, not just novels that you read. If you thought you knew RPGs, it's time to look again. In just a couple of hours, you're going to play against some of the finest athletes in the world. You're a member of the Washington Bullets. How do you prepare yourself, physically and mentally? You look for that extra edge, that sharp focus where everything flows and the shots just fall. Just fall, Weber. The players will keep looking for that edge back at the hotel with NBA Shootout 97.
What's going on? What y'all doing, man?
Hello, Jerry.
Can I play?
Come on, shoot it.
No good.
Oh, man.
They continue to work as a team.
Time out, man. Time.
I'm not doing so good.
Y'all gonna make a substitution, man.
I see you guys got me passing too much on here, man. This is a close game right here, baby.
It throws up a brick. Can I play?
No, Jerry. Next game.
I'm gonna tell my mom.
Today's matchup will be the Houston Rockets and the Washington Bullets.
I'm playing down to my level of competition now.
The NBA and NBA Shootout 97. Same game, same players.
And he makes the shot.
Oh, no. Vic, you gotta be able to hit that in the game time, baby. This game. Refs, man, the referee.
Good game, baby.
Get you underground. Can I play?
No, Jerry.
get ready. You know that great video game you've been carrying around in your head? Only one gaming system offers the opportunity to make games and build skills to become a hot developer. Yaroze is a radical new development system that lets you create your own games for the PlayStation. All you need is $750 and the programming know-how.
For years, video games have been driven by, the hit in the garage. Now, in the last couple years, production costs have risen so much that people can no longer really afford to make a video game in their garage until now with Yaroze. Now, for $750, Joe Schmo in, Iowa can make just as good a game as Electronic Arts if he has the skills. I think you're going to see a lot of games developed through the Yaroze program that end up as PlayStation games in a couple years, and you're going to end up with the PlayStation having a much deeper and broader library than some of the other systems that don't have something like this.
Our vision for the Yaroze program is to establish a new creative community of home enthusiast software developers on the PlayStation. The creative community, which is the essence of the Yaroze program, is vested on a website which we will be running, where all of the members of the Yaroze community will join together in this virtual world and virtual community to share ideas and inspire each other to create newer and more exciting forms of game entertainment on the PlayStation.
I think the Yaroze is a wonderful way for someone to get into our industry, because I get so many letters every day from kids trying to find a way to convince me that they're the perfect guy for me. And to be honest, the best thing they could possibly do is send it, and this system allows them to actually make a demonstration of their talent.
The Yaroze PlayStation plugs into the serial port of the member's PC, and the member uses the PC to compile their code, do all of their graphic editing, all of their audio editing, compile the game, download it into the black PlayStation. They can play the game, test the game, debug the game remotely from the PC. When they're happy with it, they can send the executable up to the Yaroze member website so that they can share it with other members. All members need to do to register is contact our website at www.scea.sony.com/net and click on the How Do I Join button.
I'm going to be looking very closely at the Yaroze site. I'll be downloading the demos. I'm getting myself a system for home, so you betcha I'm going to be watching for a spark of talent, and when they appear, I'll be sending them an email.
Yeehaw! Yeehaw!
How is a PlayStation character created?
Good question. PlayStation Underground takes you behind the scenes to look at the upcoming Spawn game, where a comic book image of the character Overkill serves as a model. First, a sketch is made to plan the number of polygons to be used for each section. Polygons are the building blocks of 3D. A designer plans their use carefully to achieve maximum effect. Then a wireframe is created using the polygon scheme planned earlier. Now it's time for texture mapping. You're looking at a wireframe for the character Redeemer, also from Spawn. A texture has been created for each section of the body. It's carefully mapped to the wireframe. Next, a skeleton is added. It'll be the foundation for movement. Finally, it's time to render the character and see it for the first time in 3D. Characters in Spawn move with the aid of motion capture. This means a real human being's motion has been recorded by computer, then transferred to the 3D character. The result is lifelike action. And that's a quick look at how a PlayStation character is created.
How is a PlayStation character created?
Good
How is a PlayStation character created?
Why does PlayStation use CDs instead of cartridges?
Because studies show when the urge to play strikes, CDs deliver more of the ingredient doctors recommend most: games. A typical cartridge holds 12 megabytes uncompressed. A CD holds 650 megabytes uncompressed. The result? CDs hold hundreds of megabytes, over 50 times the data, of extra game levels and full motion video for longer, more lasting game satisfaction. CDs sound better for the same reason. In a cartridge, all sound must be generated by a sound chip. A CD system can stream audio directly to the TV, as well as use the sound chip. The result? More sounds can reach your ear at once, for richer music and more gripping effects. You feel better, faster. Cartridges take months to duplicate. CDs can be duplicated in a day. That's why more developers are switching from cartridge to CD. You get hundreds of titles to choose from. CDs, for longer lasting, better sounding, easier on the budget gaming relief. The choice of more gamers and developers worldwide. Not to be taken internally.
You're probably wondering why I brought you here, sir.
Everyone knows we've got one of those, Jenkins.
No, not that, sir. Over here. We found them playing it inside the ship.
Good God! Well, were you able to retrieve any information from it?
That's what I need to show you, sir.
We've arrived at the combat area. We'll leave as soon as your AC is deployed.
System engaged. Achieved. System engaged. Target achieved.
Basic rules. The concept of the game is to try to capture the cubes. The player can mark a spot on the stage by pressing the X button. By pressing the X button again, the player can deactivate the mark. The game is played by marking a spot and then successfully deactivating the spot. Now let's try to capture a cube. First, mark the spot where a cube should be captured. When the cube is about to land on the marked spot, press the X button. The marked spot is then deactivated and the cube is captured. Repeat this to capture all the necessary cubes. If any cubes are left to fall off the stage, the number of fallen cubes will be calculated on the block scale. Every time the number of fallen cubes exceeds that of the block scale, the player loses the last row of the stage. The player must prevent the cubes from falling off the stage. When the player is avalanched by the cubes and falls off the stage, it's IQ is measured against the player's efficiency in capturing the cubes, as well as the total number of cubes captured. Forbidden cube. Not all of the cubes should be captured. The black cubes are called the forbidden cubes. The player must leave these cubes alone. For every forbidden cube captured, the player will lose the final row of the stage. Let the forbidden cubes pass by and fall off the stage. The player can accelerate the speed of the cubes by pressing the square button. Advantage cube. The player can use the green cubes or the advantage cubes to efficiently capture the cubes. This is an advantage cube. When the player captures an advantage cube, the spot will be marked in green. By pressing the triangle button, the player can capture the surrounding cubes. All the cubes in the marked area will be captured. Let's try to capture cubes by using an advantage cube. Mark and capture an advantage cube. Then capture the surrounding cubes by pressing the triangle button. Using the advantage cube, the player should be able to efficiently capture multiple cubes. But at the same time, the player must make sure that no forbidden cube is included in the marked area.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you wanna test me, I'm sure you'll find the things I'll teach ya is sure to beat ya. Nevertheless, you'll get a lesson from teacher. Now kick, punch, jump, block. Once more now, kick, punch, jump, It's gonna get rocky. We're gonna move down to the next jockey. Now duck. Jump. Listen carefully. Jump.
Like your typical sound engineer, started out in bands in high school and recording, basically, and was more interested in what was going on the other side of the glass, so to speak. So I went to Berklee College of Music and studied audio engineering, and then headed out to Hollywood and basically paid my dues in recording studios, getting coffee and running errands. I started out doing some consulting for some video game companies. And then the opportunity here at Sony presented itself to build a recording studio, to build this facility, to do what I needed to do. A big part of my job here is sound evangelist, to go around to the producers and be involved from the beginning of the project. They're realizing how important a piece of the puzzle sound is, and talk to them about, what are their goals for this project? What would they like it to sound like? We go over a style guide, what movie soundtracks, what albums do they really like, and I take that information back and look it over and go through it and then get as close as I possibly can. Now I've got a few people that help me out. There's not enough hours in the day. I've got a guy named Nate Brenholt, who is an amazing sound designer. He can do amazing things with an oscillator. He can usually be found in his office doing a typical laser blast, gunshots, footsteps, explosions, except his are always a little bit huger, a little bit bigger than everyone else's. Chuck Dowd is on staff, and he is primarily a composer. He's doing the score for a game we're doing right now called Blasto. His bag, if you will, is what a lot of the producers in-house want on their games. We have a interactive audio engine here. We call it an adaptive MIDI engine. Chuck is composing the music for Blasto in such a way that it requires him to actually program the musical score to interact with gameplay. So as you approach specific sections of a map, are attacked by some number of enemies, the musical score will actually adapt to that situation, get more exciting, get more intense, get darker. If you're just roaming around exploring, it'll get much more moody and just ethereal. And to the point where if you roam around long enough, the music will actually stop for a while, which is actually even more dramatic, because then when you come around a corner and there's an enemy, you'll get this explosive music will enter back in. Just knock you right off your seat, so it works really well. Yeah, that requires Chuck to actually program the musical score. He has to really think about not only the typical issues you have to think about when you're composing musical motifs, but he has to think about each gameplay situation that may arise. It's amazing how it affects gameplay, how it really just punctuates the emotion. The goal is really to just have the person play the game and go, wow, that was an amazing experience. They might not even be able to put their finger on why it was so much better than the last game they had in their PlayStation. It's just going to be one of those subliminal elements that just, heightens the experience. And it just shows the potential that the PlayStation has for sound generation. I think when people get this game, they're going to hear the thing perform like they haven't heard it perform before.
I'd help you up, but I don't have a spatula with me. Grab a mop, there's gonna be guts on the ceiling. Yikes! Ow!
He's basically a parody of 1930s superheroes, Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers, that kind of thing, but also with an element of the cartoon side. We just wanted this superhero who was very overconfident and believed in himself so much it was ridiculous.
Oh, I'm good.
I guess if you were to take, say, Duck Dodgers, Powdered Toast Man, and Dirty Harry and throw them into a blender, you'd come out with Liquid Blasto. He's a cosmic custodian and these aliens are tracking up his floor. I guess that's how you could put it.
Hot damn, I'm good.
When we heard Phil Hartman was going to be the voice for Captain Blasto, it was a big relief for all of us because he was pretty much our first choice.
I'm so good.
When we first started developing the character, we'd come up with voices and constantly mimic Blasto, how we wanted him to sound. And all of us would say, like Phil Hartman.
Hot damn, I'm good. I'm back, but this time I brought a friend with me. Let me introduce you to Mr. Fission Blaster.
The game basically takes place in a future world where Captain Blasto is protector of Earth and the galaxy, or at least self-proclaimed protector of the Earth and galaxy. He's warned that Bosk, his nemesis, is up to his old tricks again, plotting to take over the Earth, or at least destroy it, and to go and put a stop to it.
If this doesn't kill you, I'm yours on a sesame bun. Ouch, I'd say mankind is up crap creek without a spooge hammer. And now I've got to clean it up.
You look at our game, and it looks like a cartoon. It's like a 3D cartoon, and I don't think there's been the quality animation in a game yet.
We decided to have the levels work seamlessly with one another because video games that had been done before are always very linear and level-based. We didn't want to do that. We wanted it to be that, he would walk seamlessly from level to level to level and be able to go back.
Ooh, now that's gotta hurt. Does a Terrian bat fart propane?
Blasto in his initial stage, I don't even think he was human at that point. I was playing around with some different characters, some anamorphic characters. I wanted some sort of a space hero that would be fun, something that maybe had the feel of, say, Duck Dodgers.
Better have a doctor take a look at that one.
Because I really, really love that stuff. But then eventually tried to work it into more of a humanoid type character.
Dan, got you all over my shoe.
We felt that the personality in the character could really add a lot to a game that we were wanting to do, which was this 3D roaming free environment. So the three of us, pushed around a few ideas with this personality.
I'll take that as a no. I'll take that as a no.
The main challenge of portraying the artist's vision on the screen was the cartoon sense of the world he wanted to create. And that means no visible polygons, make it look like a cartoon. The technical innovations in Blasto are generally to do with the 3D performance of the game. We've developed a good system for streaming the levels from the CD constantly on the fly. There's no loading time involved.
You Uranus is littered with extra crispy bad guys. You might want to send somebody up there to hose the planet down. Either that or have a bake sale. Ha ha!
What would you do if you could go to a place where gaming was appreciated for the awe-inspiring experience it is? Where up-and-coming games were yours for the trying? Where you could feel the electricity in the air? If you're anything like Brad Lynch and Christopher Gordon, you'd know exactly what to do. Play till your thumbs bleed. Brad and Christopher are two PlayStation Underground members who happen to live near Atlanta, the site for this year's E3, the world's largest gaming show. E3, also known as the Electronic Entertainment Expo, annually brings together top interactive companies. In fact, over 400 exhibitors from around the world participated in E3 this year. Excitement was contagious there, and at the center of it all was the PlayStation. Our display was the size of a football field and allowed 220 people to experience upcoming PlayStation games at the same time. We weren't just content to be one of the largest exhibits there, we had to be the best. So we did whatever it took, even putting showcases off the ground to pack more into our space. Of course, the PlayStation Underground made an appearance too. With such a great setup, we had to share it. So we decided to invite Brad and Christopher along for some fun and gaming. Naturally, however, they weren't the only ones at the show who were playing. All in all, the two found the show not a difficult experience to take. Thanks for playing, guys. Ever wonder what video gaming is like in Japan? The PlayStation Underground flew over to Tokyo to attend Japan's premier video game show and to check out the gaming atmosphere in the land of the rising sun. Unlike at E3, America's Video Game Expo, the Japanese public is allowed in for one day to get a first look at all the upcoming games. As the excitement built up, so did the crowd, which wrapped all the way around the convention center to the other side of the nearby freeway. Quite a turnout. When the doors open, the rush for the games is on. The Tokyo Game Show is like E3, but only about half its size. However, nearly all of the major video game manufacturers are represented. As we made our way through the show, we could tell which games were the potential hits by the lines forming in front of the kiosks. And of course, the game companies go out of their way to capture a visitor's attention. After the show, we decided to do a little game shopping and check out gamers in their natural habitat. In Tokyo, there is no better place to do that than in the Akihabara district, a 1 square mile shopping area that is to consumer electronics in Japan what Rodeo Drive is to fashion in Beverly Hills. You can get a game fix right on the street. Our conclusion, here at the center of the PlayStation universe, almost everyone is a player. And in Japan, like everywhere else, the #1 system in gamers' hearts and minds is PlayStation. What would you do if
This is a really cool controller. It really has a lot of flexibility in the sense that, as in previous games you've created, they supported digital. What we have with the analog is you're able to now fluidly control your game in many different ways. We're starting off in digital mode, and as you see, I'm accelerating, and every bit of turning, I'm actually hitting my directional button. And then when I brake suddenly. As I start in analog, I have a finer control of my driving. As you can see, I can slow down gradually as well as accelerate at a quicker speed. If you see, if I brake, I can gradually press on my brakes and slow down. What we have first is your digital mode is indicated without a light being shown. And right now it supports your standard controller that exists today. If we put it into the analog mode, indicated by the red light, we now support these features. And we can control the game itself by moving the joysticks. What happens is the developers may have the option to use these as optional features, such as maybe the car honking or looking in reverse.
So here at Activision, we're really stoked to be able to use the analog controller, especially for Apocalypse in particular. Our game involves 360 degrees of movement and firing. So with the D-pad, you can hit, pretty much anything you need. But with the analog controller, if you want to hit 22.5 degrees to shoot the guy in the corner room that's trying to take you out, all you have to do is put the controller at 22.5 degrees and you got him. And I really don't think anything can offer more control than that.
So here at Fox, we're working on this new game called Croc, Legend of the Gobos, which features this lovable crocodile who lives in this full 3D world. The Sony analog pad makes a whole new experience compared to a digital system where you have to rotate and move forward and rotate and move forward. But once we switch in the analog system, you're just moving really fluidly.
In Crash Bandicoot 2, we are using all of the analog joystick capabilities. If you want to walk slowly, you just push the joystick a little bit. Basically, you just point it in the direction you want to move, whether you're walking or riding a jetpack. I'm really excited to be able to bring this to PlayStation owners throughout the world. What they'll find is that the PlayStation is just as capable of doing free-roaming, dynamic 3D games as any other hardware system.
At China, we've been waiting for years for a new input device to be made. But Sony, by making this dual analog controller, have really made a huge difference to the feel of the games. Last month on Underground, I was playing Port's Challenge. I played it using my normal joypad at home, and then Sony sent me one of these in the mail, so I plugged it in, and my first go, I got like 5 or 6 times farther in the game on my first try. And it was simply because you can set the angle of the wheels of the car, just like you're driving a real car, by the pitch of the little sticks here.
The analog controller allows you, the player, the ability to have finer control in your game, not just on and off, but all the points in between.
Yeah, what I'm really excited about is that we can do this on Sony. We don't have to go do it on Nintendo, but I probably shouldn't say that.
How are those black PlayStation CDs made?
We get this question all the time, so let's get to the answer. We're at Sony Disc Manufacturing, Springfield, Oregon. It's 7 a.m. and they've been up all night making PlayStation CDs. We got a camera inside to find out how it's done. Security is tight because valuable master CDs are made in this room. It's a delicate process. Check out the protective gear. A stray speck of hair or skin could bring a game to a screeching halt later. Your game came from a developer on a special gold CD as a series of zeros and ones, offs and ons. A laser reads this pattern, then flashes off and on to burn it into a glass master disc treated with photosensitive film. The disc is rinsed. The parts of the film that have been exposed by the laser wash away, leaving a series of pits and bumps in a track. This track is so narrow that a single strand of your hair would cover 40 of its rings. A laser in your PlayStation reads the track, and computer chips convert the zeros and ones into the graphics and sound of your game. The actual CD starts here as a handful of plastic pellets. They get melted. The hot plastic flows into a stamper where it's pressed with the track of your game. Black ink is added to the plastic to give the CD its distinctive, cool PlayStation-only look. This also helps protect the CD from illegal copying. A thin aluminum coating allows the laser to reflect off the track and read it. And another machine makes sure there are no defects. Not all CDs make it. This material wasn't quite right. It's headed for recycling. Next, artwork is added through screens, one color at a time. Ultraviolet light dries the CDs between colors. Automatic Guided Vehicles, or AGVs, move the CDs along. They help a staff of just 375 employees turn out over 6 million CDs a month. That includes games, computer CDs, music CDs, and more for all kinds of companies. Sometime tonight you'll go to sleep, but CD manufacturing plants like this won't. And somewhere, hot plastic is flowing, people walk around in shower caps, robots are on the move, and the next hot new game for PlayStation is headed your way.
We were hanging around Atlanta for E3 when we found out that the winner of the first PlayStation Underground CD sweepstakes lived nearby. So we had the grand prize shipped overnight to our hotel, rounded up a van, and hit the freeway. The whole team was anxiously waiting to meet the winner. And waiting. And waiting. Finally, we reached Fayetteville, Georgia, in the Atlanta suburbs. And there she was, our grand prize winner, Carrie Davison. For taking the time to enter, she won the hottest fully integrated home entertainment center, a Sony Maximum television system, specially delivered by 2 hulky members of our team. Of course, we had to stick around a while to enjoy some good old Southern hospitality. And in the process, we managed to add a new member to the PlayStation Underground family. Nice to have another satisfied customer. Mission accomplished. Enter this issue sweepstakes and maybe you'll be our next stop. We were hanging around Atlanta for E3 when we found out that the winner of the first PlayStation Underground CD sweepstakes lived nearby. So we had the grand prize shipped overnight to our hotel.
How do you know I got a camera?
I just know. What else? Hey, go shine on Amy. She's photogenic. Do not film me, Mary. Get away from me.
How about that camera work, huh? A little shaky cam? Everybody say hi.
It's my job to make sure everyone's life's a living hell.
Gary loves PlayStation. I'm going to Disneyland. We're having fun.
There's something new coming down in the 98 lineup of sports titles from the PlayStation Athletic Department. It's a whole new level of graphics and gameplay never before seen on PlayStation or any other video game system. What are the games like? Who's creating them? We're taking you inside to find out. The first thing you notice is that the biggest influence on the games are the pros themselves. They're kept pretty busy in the motion capture studio.
We get a guy like a Chad Brown, a Lamont Warren, a Jerome Bettis, a Steve Bono, a Tim Brown. We get them down here and we pick their brains. Yeah, we get them in the motion capture studio and then we spend hours going over plays and individual player movements. You're going to find linebackers scraping in our game. You won't find it in other people's games. Why? They don't even know what it's about.
The second biggest influence at the PlayStation Athletic Department is the sports expertise of the developers themselves.
We're all sports fanatics here. We're not just programmers and artists putting a sports game together. Ex-college players or ex-pro players actually develop the games. The developer for MLB 98 played professional baseball for the Minnesota Twins, Chris Cutliff. Kelly Ryan and myself played Division I college football. Our lead hockey programmer is actually a hockey player, plays twice a week. It makes a big difference when you have someone that understands the game and can implement little nuances into the video game itself.
The result is a first in sports video games.
What's new in technology is all new polygonal graphics across the entire lineup. It really sets a new level of video game realism. NFL Game Day 98 is the only polygonal football game on PlayStation. NFL Game Day 97, it was a sprite-based game. One animation would have basically 5 or 6 frames of animation. It looks very flat. Now with polygonal graphics, you actually have a 3D model of a player that has depth to him. You can have up to like 30 frames of animation. You get a very seamless and realistic human-like movement.
If you're a Face-Off fan, the first impression you're going to have is how good the game looks. We're going to have tons of animation compared to our sprite-based game in the 97 version. Last year we had about 60, 70 animations. We're going to have 4 or 5 times that. We'll have secondary animations for the first time ever in a hockey game. You'll see a goalie, for instance, go down into a butterfly save, and if he doesn't have time to get back up, he'll go in right to a right-hand glove save, which has never been accomplished before.
In Game Day 98, you can rock people. We give you the tools that football players have on the football field. So if you're a defensive lineman, in Game Day 98, you're swimming, just like they do in the NFL. If a receiver's coming off the line, you're the DB, clock him.
You'll find full polygon action and faster gameplay in NBA Shootout 98, MLB 98, and NCAA Game Breaker 98 as well. And joining the lineup is our newest title, Kart World Series. It's more vivid than ever to travel at 200 miles an hour. Toward the end of our visit, it became apparent that developing sports games is a game itself, a high-stakes competitive push to put the most realism on screen.
PlayStation Athletic Department is the leader. We're on the cutting edge of not only graphics, but gameplay. Over the past couple years, we've implemented gameplay features like swim moves in a football game, forearm shivers, one-handed catches, total control passing, the first time you could lead or underthrow receivers, icon passing, the first innovative passing mechanism that we implemented in NBA Shootout 97. These up the level of gameplay experience, and you can see it. Even our competition has seen to what level we've gone to in terms of gameplay, and now they're all mimicking us.
We found developers here fanatical about pushing for more advances, and the harder they play, the more you win. Welcome to Apocalypse, a hot new game from Activision that is the first to texture map a real person's face onto a CG model's body.
Welcome to paradise, kid.
And that face belongs to action movie star Bruce Willis.
Time to get jacked up for Armageddon.
Bruce Willis stars as Trey Kincaid, your virtual partner in the Apocalypse adventure. Motion capture technology was used to fully integrate Bruce into the game. Apocalypse is set in a dark and violent future where science and religion are competing forces of society.
You can run, but you can't hide!
A false prophet called the Reverend has called up the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse: death, war, Beast, and Plague, played by the rock singer Poe. These four forces of destruction roam the Earth in human disguise and await a signal to obliterate humanity altogether. Your job is to keep this from happening, and your number one asset is Trey Kincaid. Of course, saving the world has never been an easy job. In order to make you feel completely absorbed into the world of Apocalypse, new techniques were used to heighten the game-playing experience. By taking a motion capture approach, Bruce's actions were digitized and could be manipulated for a variety of moves. Dynamic, or intelligent camera technology adjusts the camera to the best angle for the current play. Bruce's input in every step of the process has also added a considerable amount to the game.
Play him up.
A high priority when creating the game was to make sure the shooting worked within each scene. You can see exactly how all this attention to detail paid off. One thing is for certain, enter the world of Apocalypse and you'll never want to leave.
Apocalypse by Activision.
The most significant difference to us was capacity. Before, we were given restrictions in capacity, so we had to create one basic model and fiddle around with it, making players believe there were variations. It was a good way to become resourceful in limited circumstances. But on the CD-ROM, that restriction was completely taken away, and we didn't have to worry about various ways of modifying one basic model. If we needed 100 models, we could create each of them from scratch. The basic concept you have when creating RPGs is to imitate the real world and create a fictional world within the game. We have followed that concept in previous versions of this series, but technically, we had to use one basic model in different ways, or use a world symbolized specifically for game use. Now it is much easier for us to achieve our original goal. We can now express more of the real world in the game.
これまでのファミコン、スーパーファミコンの時は全体の
The number of simultaneous music output channels used to be 8 in the Super NES. Now it's 24. We leave 8 of them open for sound effects, so we have 16 to use for the actual music. That adds a lot of richness to the music. For example, when you hit the piano keys with both of your hands, you get 10 notes at once, and you won't be able to create that kind of a sound on Super NES. Suppose we create that piano-type sound with 10 notes and you still have 6 notes left. This means you can fit in sounds of other instruments, and this certainly adds complexity to the game.
ですね、今回に関してもコンピュータグラフィックスの技術っていうのを2通りのパターンとしてゲーム中に
We were able to use 2 types of CG technology in this game. One is the movie technology, where you create motion pictures using CG software and store it on CD-ROM. The other is polygon-based technology, where you create 3D objects and make them move. It is amazing to see new images being generated one after another, and all being played smoothly on the game console. You realize how powerful current technology is.
ロムから CD-ROM になってだんだん今までは
Thanks to CD-ROM, cinematic expressions which were impossible in the past have become available. For example, we can now show close-ups on characters' faces, and using various camera angles, the game screen is no longer a stage-like space. However, movies can be seen in movie theaters. In order to make this thing attractive to game players, We tried hard to put playable elements in the scenarios. We made it so players will not have to follow our pace.
今まで、特にゲームとしての感触なんですけども。
In previous games, there were big differences between ordinary scenes and special effects scenes, and they were arranged in a certain order. The players would accept that as an established style and take for granted characters going through monotonous map scenes and then special effects being used in highlight scenes. They understood it as the grammar of the games, especially RPGs. We tried to break that understanding. For example, even in map scenes, the characters won't just move horizontally, but special, sometimes thrilling effects are added. In highlight scenes, we didn't make it too elaborate so that it will excessively stand out from the other scenes. The players will enjoy the flow of the game from the beginning through the ending, without noticing any intervals or arranged orders. In battle scenes, we use a lot of camera angles and effects, paying attention to space and 3D. Therefore, the battle scenes become the highlight scenes. The 3D effect is best shown when you use summoned beasts. These have always been the most attractive scenes in games, but we had to struggle on how to show them effectively in 2D atmospheres. Now, using 3D technology, more broad effects have been accomplished. The music in the field scenes, which is where the character walks around, has a unique flavor that no other RPGs had in the past. We intentionally eliminated the up-tempo, inspiring, rousing type of feel, meant to encourage you to embark on a journey that usual RPGs have. Instead, some parts of the music will rise melodiously. Some parts will make you feel insecure, therefore creating various expressions within the same field of music. I assume players will get a different feel from it compared to previous RPGs. To tell the truth, I hope so, since this is my own experiment.
August 5th, 2219, 3rd Fleet, Earth orbit.
For me?
I think that the reason that people will like or dislike Spawn is because of the attitude of him, and that he hasn't been quite as polished as a lot of mainstream characters that are out there, Superman and Batman and Spider-Man and stuff like that. But because he still has those little kind of cuts on him and those things that can kind of hook you, I think that's the reason for his success. I think it's that mentality of, and it's not intentional, but why people like stuff like Rambo First Blood, that my guy isn't, he doesn't push first, but when you do push him, he pushes back with meaning. And so I think Spawn is in that pocket that's, I don't want to say adolescence. Adolescence is being too much of a stereotype, but adolescence in terms of right here. You know, I mean, I'm 35 and I think I'm still a kid. When I look at a lot of video games, I look at them more for, like, if I could play it, would that be cool? And so, again, when I go to video arcades and stuff, I can sit there and go, well, I've never played any of these, but if I was gonna plunk down my 50 cents, this would be the game right here, because it just has, again, either a feel to it, the characters are neat, the action's kind of cool, the sound effects, something there that, to me, this is the best one in the room. There's a million fight games out there on some level. There's a million scrolling games. So how can we kind of take little bits and pieces of these things and not create something completely original, because it's like, you know, none of us are that good that we can come up with that wholly original idea, but how can we make this thing slightly different? That's really the goal. I'm trying to keep Sony in the mindset, and they've been very good so far, of trying to go, let's just do a little bit of this and this and this, and we hope that the whole becomes better than the parts. What I do see myself doing, and I think people aren't paying attention, is that, especially people within the comic book world, is that when I'm not drawing the pages, and I'm going, how come you're not penciling the book anymore? And it is because I'm creating toys, I'm creating a show, I'm creating a movie, I'm helping to create video games. So I'm not stopping the creative process. Right. I'm just moving it someplace else. So I still always see myself creating. It just might, some of it is in a public arena, and some of it is in a private arena. I still see myself doing a lot of what I'm doing right now, not losing the passion. Right. It just might not be as in your face. At the end of the day, I go play ball. I take the kids for a walk in the park and, you know, say hi to my wife, and I'm pretty bland, you know. It's just that, because I think people have an odd tendency to say, what kind of psycho thinks these things up? But the thing is at least in my example here, and I got to believe most of this is true, I sleep like a baby. I don't remember my dreams, and when I wake up, I feel good and I feel refreshed, and then I go into my office and I create mayhem. Oh, I'm telling you, bud, it's the only thing I haven't conquered in life is baseball. So I'm telling you, that phone rings right now, and it's Marge Schott, and she wants me to patrol center field for the Reds. I'm out of here. I dump all this, like. So, I mean, do I like Spawn? Oh, of course I do. But would I like to play center field in Cincinnati? You betcha. You know, I mean, that was, when I was a kid, that was the first thing that I mean, sports was everything, you know. To get the gospel spread, you have to do these things. And part of getting people to know about your product is you have to, like, get it out to literally millions of people. You have to use these vehicles, movie being one of them, that are accessible ways to get people to it, and you just go, okay, well, we needed a movie. We needed a video game that maybe sold 3 million units. It's too bad it didn't sell 30 million units, right? You know, because again, every guy doesn't have one. So, well, who doesn't have one? We got to go hit him with something else. I don't really know. You know, again, what can you do with most superpowers? People have asked me, like, if you could have one superpower, what would it be? Well, that's an easy one, world peace. You know, okay, I'm done. You know, and it's like that. You're done in one day. But anything less than that, you know, is kind of like, well, what are you gonna do with it? It's like if I had superpowers, I don't know that I'd save anybody from bank robbers. I'd probably just make sure that I took care of all the little personal things in my life. You know, so. That guy's had my lawnmower for 3 months. I'm gonna kick his friggin' garage in. I'm gonna get my lawnmower and piss on him if he wants it. You know, it's mine. So and that makes sense to him. So he functions on the small level, given that he's a pawn in a chess game called Armageddon between heaven and hell. So here's the big thing. But he doesn't get it. It's too much for him. But he gets the little personal stuff. All the other stuff that heaven and hell is kind of throwing down upon him is just noise, and he just wants some peace and quiet. Again, the original goal was to have Spawn become a household name, but the real answer is to have Spawn become a half a household name. And it's the guy upstairs that's got the music blaring that gets it, that's like going, and so that's the half of the house we got to hit. It seems like everything is kind of being shot down to this kind of 5 to 9-year-old mentality. And to me, I don't really want Spawn swimming in that pool. I just think that once kids hit adolescence, all they really give them is really maybe some music and video games, and that seems like to be the only thing we really target at them. And so, why can't there be something out there? Why can't there be the equivalent of an MTV character out there, which is what my guy is, that mom and dad doesn't get it. Dad gets it. I'm going to tell you right now. Dad will get it. Dad just won't endorse it when mom's around, right? So mom won't get it. So she's not going to endorse it. Dad just goes, just keep it away from mom.
Hi, I'm Jason Rubin from Naughty Dog. We're here today to give you a behind-the-scenes look into the making of Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back.
Crash Bandicoot 2 has a very refined gameplay. We took the response we got from players of Crash 1 and the knowledge we gained in creating the first product and sharpened the focus of gameplay in the sequel.
Well. If it isn't Crash Bandicoot, welcome.
Instead of a linear map, Crash 2's levels are accessed through a workroom, allowing players to choose which levels he or she would like to attempt next. The levels are larger, with more branching, and they allow greater freedom of movement and camera control. There are far more secret areas, with over 1/3 of the game off the main path.
The art's changed drastically between Crash 1 and Crash 2. Crash 1's engine was thrown out. Crash 2's engine is totally new. It allows us to have more polygons in the background, more frames of animation in Crash, more detailed environments, and the ability to do neat environmental effect things that bring the viewer in, bring the player in, and make them feel like they're in a real environment. It has procedural rain, which is actual 3D raindrops that come through the environment. When the camera looks down, the rain actually moves as if it's in 3D, and you're looking at a down angle with the rain. On a snow level, when you're running into the snow comes at you and makes you feel like you're in the level. We have a specular renderer on our gems, which allow the gems to look like gems as opposed to look like really flat shaded things rotating. We have reflection effects in the ice that make Crash Bandicoot and everything else in the environment reflect in the ice, making it really feel like ice. We've been able to add a whole slew of new things to each and every level based on the fact that instead of saying, okay, let's go make Crash 1.5, use the same engine, make some new levels, we did Crash 2. The character animations improved greatly. We have 15 times as much storage for animation in the game and over 20 times as much animation total in the game, allowing almost every death to have its own unique animation that goes along with it. Not only can you walk, jump, run, but you can also ride on the back of a bear cub. You can run away from a boulder. You can ride on a jet ski. You can ride on a jetpack that's actually free floating in zero gravity. You can do a lot of things you never did before, and you can do a lot of things that you've never seen before in any other game. For example, there are levels where Crash can jump up in the air, spin around, and dive underground, creating a little mound, and he can then move around as this mound, getting by everything that's on the surface, but still attacking them by sticking his arm up and spinning them away.
One of the cool new things in Crash Bandicoot 2 are the lip-synced, like, holographic characters in the warp room.
Game over.
These are particularly cool because they're a combination of tons of people on the team's individual efforts. You got like animators who had to do the facial expressions, the lip syncing with the dialogue, the textures. You had programmers doing like the holographic effect, the lens flare, audio, video spooling, and lip syncing. And it all comes together and brings an artificial character to life in a way that I don't think we've seen before in video games. Another thing I'm really proud of is the way in which we utilize the resource of the CD to bring to the player levels that are probably about 10 times as large as the memory of the PlayStation. We do this by kind of laying the whole level out on disk and bringing it in piece by piece in a transparent manner. This is a really complicated, tricky technology, somewhere between spooling and virtual memory, and it enables us to use the CD to bring more detail, more game objects, just more stuff into the game. Another thing we're proud of is the sheer number of polygons we muscle through the Crash engine. Just a real lot of detail on the screen, and I think that we can pretty much say that no other next generation game has as much background detail as Crash does.
As a video game expert, I like Desert Falcon on my Atari 7800 because it's got great graphics, animation, and sound. As a consumer, I like it because it costs under 20 bucks. As a video game expert, I like it.
Over 40,000 comic book fans recently came together in San Diego, California for this year's Comic-Con International. Since it's the largest comic convention in the United States, every comic book publisher was represented. Because many of the comic characters also star in the hottest video games, the PlayStation folks were on hand to give conventioneers a taste of the upcoming titles. The PlayStation Underground brought the cameras along to show you what goes on inside a comic convention of this magnitude. As you can see, comics were not the only focus of this show. Many of the booths were lined with toys, games, collectibles, and every other comic-related item you can think of. These are just a couple of the comic characters you'll see in upcoming video games. And this is just some of the cool stuff that can be found at every booth. Looks like just about everyone's a subscriber. Ever wonder what some of those props from the movies look like up close? Check these out. Where comic book art leaves off, gameplay begins. Can a comic book such as Spawn be successfully translated into an interactive video game? Fans at the show seem to think so, once they tested the upcoming Spawn game on PlayStation. They also took a liking to the PlayStation Underground CD, grabbing up thousands of copies, as well as other valuable reading material. If you get the chance, we at the PlayStation Underground highly recommend attending Comic-Con International. You never know who you might meet. It has 22 wheels, weighs almost 40 tons, and cost over $1 million to build and operate for a year. Inside, 55 people at a time can preview unreleased PlayStation games in air-conditioned comfort. It's the PlayStation Truck. Soon, it could be coming to a town near you. Right now, it's logging 5,000 miles a month, appearing at sporting events, concerts, fairs, and festivals in a year-long tour. What makes it all work out? Special technology and a unique team of 3 people.
I've been driving the bigger trucks probably 30 years. Well, it's the smoothest ride I've ever had because of the additional axle on the trailer. I got lucky and got 2 good guys to work with. We got a good thing going, the 3 of us here.
I'm 25 years old. I like what I do, and I wouldn't trade it for any other job right now.
I'm 26 years old, going on 14. I'm a tour manager, and we basically run the truck.
Setup at the start was taking about, I'd say, 6 to 7 hours with approximately about 5 people. Now that we've been on the tour for about 4 months, and we've probably got it down to about 2.5 hours on setup and breakdown. The Sony PlayStation truck can hold 55 people at one time. There's 33 consoles in there that are the top games. There's about 12 to 13 unreleased games.
Our featured game today is Kart World Series. This Kart World Series is not yet on the market.
This truck has just about everything that your living room would have. We have nice recliner leather chairs. We do have a big screen TV, which is an 8-foot video wall that we run championship games on it. It's by far the #1 exhibit at any place we go to. People don't know exactly what we are or who we are, but as soon as they find out, everybody's there. The truck opens up both sides, boom, you get people, 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 people. You gotta almost tear these kids' fingers off the controllers to get them out of there to let some of these other people in line.
Our target demographic is 15, 16 to 25, but we get 5 to 50.
I love this truck. This is a pretty cool truck, actually.
Parents come up to, the front of a very long line and say, oh, my child's in there, I just have to get my child, we've got to go. And then coming in the truck and seeing that parent tucked away in a corner somewhere, just going at one of the games.
It's got a lot of PlayStation games in it, for one. A lot of TVs, a lot of hookups. Sound system's great.
The PlayStation Truck. 60,000 visitors in the first 5 months. It could be coming soon to a parking lot near you. Check PlayStation on Tour at www.playstation.com.
Actually, I was out of a job and I called a temporary agency. They asked on the phone if I'd like to play video games. I was like, yeah. They did a phone interview and I came in for a training for a week and passed the training and started in consumer service. How I see people breaking into the industry is like through consumer service or the test department. And what consumer service does is answer technical questions on the PlayStation, warranty and stuff like that. Whenever you have a problem with a PlayStation, you call up our 800 number and we'll help you out with it.
Hello, this is Matthew.
I actually started as a tester, and so I knew people who worked here at Sony, and I heard that there was openings here in consumer service. I'm a senior tip writer. Basically what I do is I write tips, hints, strategies, whatever for Sony published games.
I started out working some customer service, and from there I went into their test department after about a year.
I would like to get into game design and or going into 3D animation.
What I'd like to do in the industry probably over time is do like produce or games, which like starting as like associate producer, assistant producer. Game design would be really good.
But personally, I wouldn't mind getting into the development side.
I joined Sony about 3-4 years ago with Dave Jaffe. And our first project we worked on together was Mickey Mania, and that was on Traveler's Tales. Since then, Dave and I originally started Twisted Metal 1 together. He went on to complete it. I peeled off and worked on Warhawk. My most recent project is Jetmoto, and I've been exec producing over Jetmoto 2 with Brian Wicklum. I'm somewhat prejudiced against producers who have never been through test, and there's not a lot of them. The testers are in a sense a test bed for the guys who've had the game for 2 months, 3 months. And those are the guys, I think, that really are the test of your audience. But for the real gamers, which the industry is getting bigger and bigger and there are more and more quote, real gamers out there, they want their games to give them an experience, something that lasts.
I don't think a sane person would do this. A tester's responsibility is to basically test the functionality of a game. For example, a product like Crash Bandicoot, their responsibility is to die at every location, test all the TNT crates for dying, test all collision, all the walls, barriers, get to the end of the level, collect all the little goodies, secrets, hints, stuff like that. So basically, they need to check everything. I mean, it's not just play it. Play it is something other than testing.
Because you see so much product, because you live with it, eat it, breathe it, you become exposed to so many different products that you get more experience in a particular genre, in a particular mechanic, than people get in a lifetime of game playing.
If you have your most hated video game, I would say play it for a month straight. If you can do that and continue to play it regardless, I'd say then, yeah, you can be a first-party tester.
Who wouldn't want a job playing video games?
Greatest job in the world.
Very difficult and challenging.
Stressful, rewarding, and I love it. It's the greatest job in the world. More stressful.
Awesome. Tell me to buy a brand new car.
I can't believe they pay me for this.
I'm addicted to video games.
My job rocks!
That's chicks.
The job's absolutely wonderful.
I love this job.
Oh, I love it. It's fun.
I love my job. It's the least stressful job I've ever had.
It's excellent. Lots of overtime, but lots of fun. It's the bomb. Can't beat it.
This is the best job I've ever had.
So working here got me this game.
I think the most that I like about my job is that I can see games before my friends.
I like it a lot. Like it a lot.
Most all the jobs start off temporary. Just call a temporary agency.
Well, if you want a job from me right now, I'd say just send me a resume.
Underground.
Underground, cool.
Hi. And here we see the lovely Susan Michelle.
Peace.
Hi.
What are you guys doing?
I'm being ill and playing the calculator.
Cut myself out of it, doesn't matter what you shoot.
Right into the camera.
Who wouldn't want a job playing video games?
Yeah, just conviction. Yeah, I was gonna say, a little more tightening on that.
What is the expected response? Not.
That's what I do. I sit there and go, help this game, help this game. Help Jetmoto, help Jetmoto. That's hard.
I got my thing on.
We'll just put the list over there. What do you think?
Well, I think
His microphone has feet, so where it's not.
We are definitely the hottest thing wherever we go.
Oh yeah, that's a great answer. What are you looking for?
Looking for some sounds.
Hi.
Pay no attention to me.
Okay, I'll ignore you.
Oh my God. Help me.
All right.
Hello.
What's for lunch?
Fruit Loops today.
Well, you ate them all now. How were they?
Fruity.
Here's the underground crew.
Metal Slug!
Control to Kusanagi.
Kusanagi here.
The terrorists are definitely in the bay proximity. They're tracking us.
Any fix on their command center yet?
We can't get a visual by satellite, but it's set up in a warehouse. You'll have to get in and shut them down.
Roger.
The warehouse doors are secured and the building's made out of reinforced steel. The Fuchikomos won't be able to break through it.
You're kidding. How do we get in then? Ring the doorbell?
There are 4 key codes needed to enter the building. Take out the targets positioned along the outer perimeter in order to obtain the codes.
Roger and out.
I'm picking up a lot of dispersed light dead ahead, and judging by the heat emissions, it's a combat signature.
All units, prepare to engage.
Let the winner in. Congratulations! You have won my contest. Welcome to my home.
As you know, Mr. K, you are now able to claim any prize you request.
You just don't know. You don't know what it was like for me. And I, and you, and them. You don't know!
Look, I'm a bit confused, Mr. Kane. You do understand, by winning High Octane, you are entitled to any request of any value. And yet, you ask me for this?
Oh, man. Give me that. Give me!
A paperback? You can't be serious.
Oh, man. Down! Down! You get down the street! You said it would be easy! Do you know what they did? Do you? Now it's my turn! It's my world! It's my word! It's my turn! It's my day! Boo! Cuckoo!
Young lady, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You are welcome to stay in my realm for as long as you desire.
You guys are both sick. I'm getting out of here, and I'm taking your truck.
Resident Evil 2.
Begin.